Okay, testing that everything is working fine.
Okay, testing that.
Okay. The topic today is North American art and history, and today the mythology part I will do it at the end. And I'm going to start already as this topic is long, a bit long. There are many people in here. This thing ignore for now. North American art. The art in the American continent is divided in three main places: North America, Mesoamerica, and South America. The Amerindians emigrated from Asia to America through the Bering Strait in the last glaciation. These are the different regions of North America. One moment, I forgot something. So I have all the stuff ready. I want to prepare the mythology even if it is at the end. The different parts: Arctic, subarctic, then the eastern woodlands divided in northeast and southeast, then the west, dividing the plains, the Great Basin, and the plateau, then the northwest coast. The west is the plains, the Great Basin and plateau, and California. Also, then another place is the northwest that is very in connection with the subarctic. And then there is the south west that is called Oasis America. So these are the regions that I'm going to talk about today. You see here Eastern woodlands, and these are the the Eastern woodlands are all these. Then here's the plains, the Great Basin and plateau, northwest coast, coastal northwest that goes through here, and then the southwest. North America can be divided in various places. The northern lands are composed by the Arctic region, the subarctic region, and the northwest coast. The eastern woodlands is divided into northeast woodland and southeast woodland. Not sure if I like this. The third group is the plains, plateau, and Great Basin, and the coast of California. Is the west, with the plains, plateau, and Great Basin, and the coast of California. The last part is the southwest, near the Mesoamerican zone. The northern lands. The northern lands are composed by the Arctic region, the subarctic region, and the northwest coast. These are the places of current Alaska, Canada, and Greenland. Arctic region, here you find the Inuit, Dorset, Ipiutak, Thule, Yupik, Kupik, Greenlandic Inuit. The subarctic region, the Tsuut'ina, and also Athabascan peoples. I will say this later, but so this is the subarctic. The Athabascan peoples were here, and then they emigrated through the to the southwest. So I think here I'm going to add also Athabascan and northwest coast: Haida, Tlingit, Heilsuk, Tsimshian, Nootka, and Kwakwaka'wakw. It was very hard to pronounce this. Arctic region. The Inuit is a common name for the different Eskimos people. nomad life, hunting of animals as caribou, bears, whales, or walruses. They use all the parts of the animals to feed, create clothes, homes, and things to hunt. Igloo is the home of the Inuit in winter. Going to these are the I don't know the English word for this. Sledge. They use, yes, it is this kamutik, a kind of sledge. They use dogs. It is made of wood, bones, hair of whales, or even frozen fish. Kayak. Kayak, kind of canoe. Umiak, other kind of canoe for more people. And Dorset culture, they produce more figurative art with masks or carved figures as the one of a polar bear. I think I'm going to put this in different place. Probably I'm going to change this a bit later, but I'm going to let it like this for now. Inuit, so this is the sledge, the kayak, the umiak, this is the igloo. No, I think I'm going to do different. Because the picture of igloo, I think this one is better. Okay, I'm going to put this one on this one. Now is when I use this. And now for here, I think I'm going to use the kamutik and the kayak. I think here, this I can make it a bit bigger. More. Dorset culture, this polar bear, very beautiful. No. The formats always break the things for me. No, I'm going to have to do it manually. It's a lot for the Dorset, but I think this beer deserves it. I like this beer a lot. Dorset culture, they produce more figurative art with masks or carved figures like as the one of a polar bear. Dorset polar bear. Ibuda culture, very elaborated artworks with geometric designs, also animals and persons. The example is 1 Point Hope Ibudak mask that represents a human face with the mouth opened. They work at the ivory, including walrus tusks. This one is this. This marble, no, not marble, the ivory. Work at the ivory, including walrus tusk. Then this tool house. The example is a house built with whale bones. And then this Inuit basket, an example of more recent art. I'm thinking how to how to make this. View duck 1 Point Hope. View duck 1 Point Hope. Mask. And the other is ivory, walrus ivory. I just put ivory like this. Walrus keyword. And then the other things for the tool. And the other is the basket. Tool whale house, I suppose. Tool. I need to put what tool house. And the other Inuit basket. The Yupik of Alaska like to decorate almost all the tools. They created masks, generally made of wood, for ceremonials to give good luck to the hunters. Kupik kayak stanchions, the one of the left depicts a male figure, the right one a female figure. The Greenlandic Inuit worked the hides of animals. They also created masks. The most known manifestation are the Tupilak, an evil spirit object. For this, I think this one I'm going to put it alone. Later I'll do the format. So this is the mask. I'm only going to put one mask. I think better I put this one. You pick mask. And then these stanchions. You pick kayak stanchions. And finally, it is this one, but I would like this one more. I like these figures a lot. I think I'm going to put more than one. These are amazing. Greenlandic, Inuit, Tupidak. Yes. Because I think these ones are very small. Tupidak. Let's see. I want to see if there is someone with one in the hands or something to the comparison. What? Subarctic reaction. Sutina. The people here also use animals as resources, as caribou or moose. The examples are a painted hide teepee, a man's jacket with floral decoration, and a little box with encrusted moose hair. This is the teepee, this is the jacket, and this is the small box. Obviously, what I'm going to do here. So this is like very short, but it's because this migration, and also because the most interesting art in this part is the related to the northwest coast. You will see shortly. Okay. Continuing. Northwest Coast. This is the art of tribes known as Haida, Tlingit, Heilsuk, Tsimshian, among others. Very complex vocabulary and style. Use of wood. Totem. It is an object or an animal that in the mythologies of this culture it is an iconic that it is an iconic symbol with various meanings. The thunderbird is a mythological figure used in these cultures, as you can see in the totems, and it is a symbol of power and strength. The thunderbird is a mythological bird. I'm going to search a picture. Thunderbird. not this Thunderbird. That it's like this. It's like pretty much the representation of thunder. Like it can create thunders and such. Thunderbird of North American native legend bears most similarity to a rock, a giant eagle or vulture-like bird with supernatural powers in old world lore. Although there are regional variations of the legend, Native Americans are in agreement that the thunderbird is a magical animal that protects them from evil. It rides in on a storm, its eyes flashing with lightning and its extraordinary wings roaring like thunder, at times emitting a flute-like sound. So here the thunderbird, we are going to meet these totems very soon. Haida culture, they were known by their craftsmanship. There are houses and totems in Skidegate, and the best place to see more of their totems is the Thunderbird Park, with many of them. Thunderbird Park is my favorite place among these cultures. It's fantastic. I think I forgot something before. In this here I forgot here the format. Give me a moment. Okay. Starting with the Haida. Thunderbird Park deserves many pictures. This is why I'm doing this. I just love the Thunderbird Park. It's a place I really want to go someday. Thunderbird, Skidegate, and Thunderbird Park. So these are pictures of the Thunderbird Park. It's just fantastic. And these are Ketchikan. This is Ketchikan is from Tlingit. This Thunderbird, this one, from what is this totem? In Thunderbird Park. Thunderbird on top of Totem Pole in Thunderbird Park in Victoria, Canada. Nice. Because I think this picture... Yes, it's the same. It's just not very good quality, but still nice to have. Probably I'm going to put two because I would really want to put pictures of this. Thunderbird Park. This one I'm going to cut it very quickly. More pictures of the Thunderbird Park. Tlingit culture. There are totems of this culture in Ketchikan. Ketchikan, this one. This. Okay. Ketchikan. This, like this one, these ones. Probably here I will also put two. Like this one, but also another one. I put the other one if I see it. This one. Bring it. Ketchikan. and this one with the house. Heilsuk. The artworks that there are here are a post of a house, a ladder with a skull, a couple mask, and a bentwood chest by Richard Carpenter. I'm going to need Heilsuk, mask, Richard Carpenter, chest. I'm going to put every one of these separately. No. So for this, I remove this. I'm going to nice. Heilsuk post. Heilsuk ladle with wool. Heilsuk mask. And the other thing, the bentwood chest. It's called like this, right? Bentwood chest by Richard Carpenter. Tsimshian culture. The bird mask of the beginning is a great masterpiece of this art. The other items are a bag with sticks and a chest similar to the one of the Hell subculture. So it is this mask that is awesome, and this chest. Here I'm going to put only the Tsimshian mask, the beard mask. It's just awesome. Tsimshian beard mask. Nucha Nult culture, also called Notka. This culture has a nice eagle mask with mobile wings. This one. Notka eagle. Wak Waka Wak culture. The culture with this awesome name has very impressive artistic manifestations. They make totems, masks, jewels, and clothes, easiness and realness, dances in ceremonials. Oh, this looks like a joke, but I still think that this name is awesome. The transformation masks are very interesting. You can see how they work clearly in the images. The first is made of wood, horsehair, and cell. The second one is one of a crow. The third one is one of a thunderbird. This is the transfiguration mask. This is from crow. This is from thunderbird. These masks are awesome. I'm saying that so many times awesome, but it's true. These masks are fantastic. Probably I don't have space to put them all. If I do this, I'm going to have to put this very small. Yes, too small. I want to put all the 3 masks. I need to write the name. Whack. Transformation mass. The next three images are examples of totems. The first is the home of Mungo Martin. Finally, the Chilkat weaving is a kind of weaving practiced by these cultures. This is an example of a Chilkat blanket used by the tribal members of high ranks in civic or ceremonial occasions, including dances. And this one, I'm going to divide it. Okay, it's good. Mungo Martin house, and these are totems. Well, this picture must be very heavy. 20 megabytes. Okay, I'm going to see if I can make it smaller because it's going to be very slow. Give me a moment. To see in full screen. Just too big. And for a PowerPoint, it's not needed to be that big. I'm going to use this one. Mungo Martin in a different. Soon moving to the west. Finally, the Chilkat. This is the Chilkat. Chilkat blanket. Oh yes, before the west is the eastern woodlands. I just forgot. Okay, this is the second chapter. Eastern woodlands. The eastern woodlands are divided in the northeast woodlands and the southeast woodlands. The cultures of the woodlands inhabited this place since 2500 BCE. They lived in wood houses and they made mounds, generally for funeral purposes. Their way of supervivience is by hunting. Northeastern woodlands, Deptford, Avena, Hopewell, Iroquois. Southeastern woodlands, Poverty Point, Mississippi, Florida, and Seminole. Northeast woodlands, Deptford. In the old period, this culture made night ceramics, but there are mainly only rests. This is the eastern woodlands, the northeast, and the southeast. These are the houses. I'm going to put a picture of this. I know about this, but I think the other picture is better. This one. No, this one. Wood house. Okay, now Deptford. This one is also very nice, but better the other. Not sure how to put this. I put this example here and create just another. Because it is only fragments, but I think it's nice to have them here. Deptford ceramics. Adena. They carved stone tablets with zoomorphic designs, created pottery and fashioned costumes from animal hides and antlers for ceremonial rituals. The first two images are mounds, being the second the cruel mound, where skeletons with weapons and jewels were discovered. The third mound is Miamisburg Mound, that serves as a burial place. The next images are about ceramics, a cut stone, a bird police stone, mica hand, and 3 pipes. Probably 2. Mounds. Miamisburg Mound. Arena, Miamisburg Mound. Ceramics. These pipes. Okay, let's see what I put here. Pipe, beard stone. And I think I'm going to put another pipe on that all. And these the Adena pipes. Hopwell. In the Middle Period, this culture did jewels and sculpture of stone, wood, and even human bone. The first image is a mound, next two are little sculptures, next is a copper falcon, next is about the copper artifacts and cells, and the last one is a ceramic example. Hopwell, these are the mounds, different pipes, falcon, artifacts, ceramics. Okay. I'm going to put the mount and then a mix of the others. Okay, well, mount. and then a mix of some of the others. The beard pipe. If I find it, this one. What more? Falcon, I think just the ceramic. But I put this one also. I think there is going to be space for 3. Hopwell pipe. Copper. Or yes, it is copper. Copper falcon. And the last is ceramic. Iroquois. In the late period, the trade relations decreased, as well the size of the settlements and the creation of art. Among their art, we can find masks. There are more things in the for the Iroquois. A longhouse. See what I put here. Only the longhouse. Southeast Bushlands. Poverty Point. This culture inhabited in the state of Louisiana. Many of the items they did are made of materials found in far places. They also did clay objects with a variety of forms, including anthropomorphic ones. This kind of items. I'm only going to put one picture for this. Mississippi. This culture flourished. They adopted the corn farming and so they began to cultivate the land, something different since the other culture practices the hunting, while farming was not the main activity. They built bigger mounds and developed advanced ceramic techniques. I think this is better. It is in the Spiro mounds where there were found many of the objects. The image is the Craig Mount. They work at the polished stone, creating figures with human form. They made fantastic pipes, being the most famous the Lucifer pipe. They also have some carved stones and even carved cells. The ceramics are more complex than the previous cultures, and of course they also made masks. Mississippi. Spiro Mounds, sculpture, pipes, plates, this is a shell, ceramics, mask. Okay, a lot of things for this. Another, I'm going to put another is the Craig Mount. I'm going to skip the mount for this one because there are so many interesting sculptures. Where is that one? Yeah. Mississippi figure. Mississippi, Lucifer, pipe. And the last one, Mississippi pipe. Carved stone like this. carved cell. They have so many things. Carved stone, carved cell, and now some ceramic like this, and the mask. Mississippi ceramics and Mississippi mask. Florida. There were found many wooden artifacts. The older ones are 10,000 years old, but other objects more known as from the last. But other objects more known. But I need to redo this sentence. Other. What? That are. But other objects that are more known are from the last 2,000 years. They made masks. The first image that appears is a fantastic carved eagle of 66 centimeters. The second image is a carved wooden crocodile. The most important place is K Marco. And the K Marco cat is a very good example. As I say, they made also wooden masks. They made very detailed wooden masks. This is the eagle, the crocodile, K Marco cat, and mask. Florida, carved eagle. Florida, carved crocodile. Florida, Cayman cat. And the last, a mask. And no. I'm still thinking because I feel that for the Iroquois I put very little. Florida, okay, Marco. Seminole. The Seminoles are more known by their clothes, especially the patchwork clothes. Like this. I'm just going to put one. Or maybe two. Yes, why not? Okay, and before continuing, because now it's starting the West, I want to return to the Iroquois and put something more. Even if only one more. Here it is mentioned Iroquois Hiawatha. Hiawatha is a historical, mythological character. Hiawatha. That is kind of political. I will talk about that later, but it's like he promoted the union of Iroquois and something like this. Not sure if putting like this is a bit confusing, but anyway. The West. The West is the most known region. It is divided in three zones: the Great Plains, the Great Basin and Plateau, and the Zone of California. Great Plains: Blackfoot, Crow, Sioux, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Comanche, Kiowa. The Great Basin and Plateau with the Nez Perce, Yakama, Umatilla, Cayuse, Paiute, Sosone, Washoe, and Basket Makers. And California with Chumash, Coso, Pomo, and Hupa. As a nut, have in mind George Catlin, a painter who painted a lot of Native American portraits and landscape, including teepees. The West is the most known because these images that you have about the Native American is mostly from this. Great Plains. Tribes have been living in the Great Plains over a thousand years. The copper is over 1,000 years, I think, over 1,000 years. The copper bison skull is the oldest painted object ever found in North America. This is the copper skull, the West. So the West is this part and this part. This is the Southwest and this is different. This will appear later. You see here Nez Perce, Crow, Paiute, Pomo, Lakota, Blackfoot, Arapaho, Cheyenne, Comanche. And you see this is the part of the woodlands. You see here, Northwest Coast is here. Then the plains is very big place. Then this is the Great Basin. No, this is the Southwest, sorry. Great Basin and Plateau is this place. Oh, and California is this. Copper School, and I think this is going to be too big. Lot of folders in here. Copper School. The tribes here were hunters, nomads, and farmers, semi-nomads. The coming of the horse allowed these cultures to live a life completely nomad, hunting buffaloes. Buffalo hide also was the preferred material to paint. A teepee, also tepe or teepee, is the conic tent made of hides and wood sticks. They were comfortable and they could be disarmed easily and transported. This is the Great Plains. This is the teepee or teepee. I think I'm not going to use this one. And now it is going one by one all the different peoples. Blackfoot, their name is because they painted the moccasins with black motifs. Moccasins is like shoes. The man of the photo is chief at Siska Mactan. Their diet was meat, fish, and the only plant they farmed was the tobacco, but also tuberculosis. In the images you can see a painting by Kathleen of a buffalo hunting and some teepees. The man of the painting is Buffalo Bull's black fat, and the last image is a hornet hat made of hide. Let's see. This is a painting by Kathleen, teepees, more teepees. Buffalo Bull's black hat, Buffalo Bull's back fat. I'm thinking how I'm going to put this. Chief, the deed was made. Blackfoot TVs. And then about paintings. Sorry, I clicked it wrong. Obviously, these paintings are not made by Native Americans, but they are good to add as representations. By George Catlin. I'm going to search in Google for George Catlin painting so you can see how his paintings are like in general. Buffalo Bulls, backpack. by George Catlin. Let's go. And this is Hornet Hat. Hornet Hat. The West is longest chapter on this. But I'm going on already at the half. How long I am doing the stream to control? 1 hour and a half. Okay. So George Catlin from paintings. American, like United States painter specialized in portraits of Native Americans. See this one another. Oh, this is a ball game. So you see here, it is the ball. So they played like you have to throw the ball and you have to catch it with this. It's different game than the Mesoamerican one. Buffalo, Comanche. And he made a lot of paintings. You see, just pointing that horses came when the conquerors arrived. Before the conquerors arrived, they didn't use horses. It was the conquerors from Europe who introduced the horses, and then the Native Americans used the horses. This is the painting that I'm using there. Buffalo Bulls backpack. It has a lot of portraits like this. And paintings of the village and huntings, buffalo hunting, more buffalo huntings. This is the one that I'm using in this PowerPoint, another buffalo hunting. Crow TV, this one is very beautiful. This now start the crow. Yes, of course I using this one. Okay. Crow, the man in the photo is a Swallowbeard, and the one of the painting is Oratoa by Kathleen, TV by Kathleen, and Moccasines. These are the moccasins. I'm not sure how to edit this text exactly to fit with this PowerPoint, but anyway. These on the moccasins. I'm just going to use one picture. Dora, Goa by George Catlin. Crow DB by George Catlin. Crow Mocha Stevens. I'm not sure how it is. This one is broken. I had the word before. Here, moccasines. Sioux also collect Sioux, Dakotas, Nakotas, and Lakotas. Chief Redbeard. They hunted bison and they were feared warriors that soon adopted the horse and firearms. Pipis the Fierce is a painting by Carl Bortmer. Chief Bone Necklace. The clothes are fantastic. They use animal hides among them rabbit, buffalo, moose, antelope, eagle feathers, porcupine, quills, sheep, coyote. The clapperboard is used to carry babies. As examples, you see a man's shirt, a woman dress, clapperboard, and bags. Let's see, jokes. PB examples. Chief. The jacket. Dress, the clapperboard. Bags. Clapperboard with a baby will appear later. And remember, there is a picture, so you will see better how the clapperboard is used. I should avoid using similars. Joe's jacket. Man shirt. And then the woman. Clapperboard and bags. I'm going to use only the bags. Clapperboard, I'll use it later. Woman shirt or dress? Dress. And Sioux, Bucks. I think yes. Oh. Sioux, Bucks. Next one, Cheyenne. In the image is Chief Killer. When they adopted the horse, they became one of the most important tribes. They hunted bison and assaulted other campaments, mostly crow and pawnee. In images, you see teepees, shirts, and a teepee design made of buffalo hide. This time I put this picture. I'm trying to avoid to put real people pictures, so I want to focus mostly in the art. But paintings is nice. If killer. EBs. I think I'm just going to put this. That's all. Arapaho, they were allies of the Cheyennes. Black man warrior with face paint and feathers by Burbank. They had warrior honor, teepees, dress, moccasins, chief black coal, chief powder face. Dress, moccasins, people. I'm going to put here the dress only, I think. It's good to have this text because then people can search for it. Arapaho dress. But I don't want to put all the pictures, as this is thought to be a summary. Comanche, Chief Milky Way. They were hunters farmers that adopted the horse culture. Hunt of bison, as seen in the painting by Kathleen. Teepees, also by Kathleen. Feather headdress, clapperboard, bajo rations. Comanche. Hunt of the buffalo. Comanche teepee. Clapperboard. This one I'm going to put another. I want to put the address. Both things. Cloud Board and the back of patience. So the baby will be inside here. Later a picture will appear. Another of these peoples. Kiowa. In the image is Chief Kicking Beard, typical designs, moccasins, parfleche. They are well known by the Ledger art. Due to the conquerors killing the buffaloes, bisons, they had to use other materials to paint and draw, as paper or cloth. Ibis, moccasins, parfleche, Ledger art. This is the Ledger art. I'm going to put more of this. This is parfleche. It looks like a kind of bug. And finally, Ledger art. I think I'm going to put 2. It's going to be this 2. Great Basin and Plateau. The cultures here were established near rivers, and due to this, their art is influenced by other cultures as the ones of the Northwest and the Great Plains. The most important manifestation are the baskets. Nez Perce. The name is a reference to Pierce's nose, although this was not very extended. No horn on his head by Kathleen, back with contoured edge, cradleboard shirts. Nez Perce. You see, this is the cradleboard with the baby inside. See if I can put these two things. Disperse shirt and let's disperse the. Ah. Yeah, come. In the photo there is a warrior, TVs and baskets. This is the warrior. TVs and baskets. TVs, baskets. Umatilla. The man of the image is. And let's see how I do this. Warriors, TVs and baskets. The man in the image is Rattlesnake Pete. They were not farmers. They fished and hunted and also collected seeds, among other things. Woman and tipi. Umapine. They had lots of horses and lived in long cottage or tipis. I think this is going to be the only real picture I'm going to add on the Yakama, this warrior. Yakama warrior. Yakama Matiyang Kayuse. Okay. I'm going to put one thing of each. Yakama, Umatilla, Kayuse, mostly tipis. I'm going to put more of the Yakama. Yakama baskets. Umatija TV. Ayuse TV. Paiute, Sosone, and Wasoe made fantastic baskets. Among them, the Wasoe lady Louisa Kaiser was simply great. Paiute, Sosone. This is Louisa Kaiser. Wasoe. Okay, I'm going to put one of each. So it is Paiute, Sosone, and Wasoe. California. This is the last part of the West. The cultures here were also fantastic, creating baskets. Tumas and Koso have paintings in rocks, being in Painted Cave and Carrizo Plain National Monument for Chumas and Koso Rock Art District for Koso. Have paintings in rocks, in Painted Cave and Carrizo Plain National Monument for Chumas and Koso Rock Art District for Koso. Pomo and Hupa cultures have fantastic baskets. And this is the southwest already. One for paintings, one for baskets. Chumas, Koso, Pomo, Hupa. Let's see how I do this. Chumas and Koso. Chumas, how it was called? Painted Cave. Painted Cave, yes. Chumas, Painted Cave. And the other is Koso Rock Art District. Pomo and Hupa. Boy, never mind. como basket. Pupa basket. And the next one also Pupa basket because I want to put this. The southwest. Finally, the last part. The southwest, also known as what is America, is where lived some of the most mysterious cultures. These cultures were farmers but also hunters. They built great villages. Fremont, Anasazi or ancestral pueblo, Hohokam, Mogollon, Athabascan, Navajo, Apache, Hopi, Zuni. Fremont. They made petroglyphs. They were groups of buffalo hunters. They commercialized with other near cultures, and due to this they did some baskets. Monkey Hood is a grenier. The peeling figures are 11 figures of unbaked clay. So this is Southwest Oasis America. Arid America, like between Oasis America and Mesoamerica. Petroglyphs, figures. I think I'm just going to add the figures because the other things are not that interesting. Southwest Fremont. Petroglyphs. Ancestral Pueblo. Also called Anasazi, they are the most mysterious of all. They reached a high grade of civilization. They sculpted their homes in the rock, as in the village in Mesa Verde National Park. Also, Pueblo Bonito is a great example of village. Petroglyphs of newspaper rock. Ceramics. The castle of Montezuma is a great example of architecture in the rock. The name is given by... No, this is wrong. I was going to say, don't confuse with Moctezuma, the last active ruler. So I'm just going to delete this. It is made of adobe bricks. The last places are the White House ruins in Shelley Canyon and Horsesaw Tower in Hovenweep National Monument. So this is Mesa Verde, and this is Pueblo Bonito. Petroglyphs of newspaper rock, ceramics, Montezuma. I don't have many pictures. This is the most amazing. Ancestral Pueblo. I think for this I'm going to search for another. Because I want something like more closer. And not so white. I like Ancestral Pueblo. Oh. What more things? These ones, the petroglyph of newspaper rock, and some ceramics, I think, and that's all. Yes. Hohokam. This culture developed at around 200 CE. Jewelry. Casa Grande is a caliche structure with exterior rooms that surround an internal structure. The walls of Mesa Grande are made of caliche tools, cells, ceramics. Casa Grande, Mesa Grande, and just some ceramics. I think like this and this one. Ceramics better. Mogollón. The name comes from the Mogollon Mountains. The first image is Cueva de las Ventanas. They were farmers. They were farmers that were established in cliffs, back at pens in Paquimé, Chihuahua, ruins of Quinisba. The Mimbres, a subgroup of this culture, are great in their narrative paintings, in their ceramics, for ceremonials, symmetric and geometric forms, and also images of birds or men. Lot of ceramics. I'm going to need to put one for the ruins and another for ceramics. Oh, this is too much. Mogollón ceramics. Athabascan people. Remember the Athabascans that come from the subarctic region. They emigrated from the north of Canada to the southwest. They are the Navajo and the Apache. Navajo, they were nomads and they were enemies of sedentary tribes and also of the Mexicans and European conquerors. Sand painting was used by the Navajo in sanation ceremonials. A hogan is a typical home for the Navajo made with dry wood. They learned to weave in vertical looms. First, they weaved blankets, but later they began to produce rugs. They were also great jewelers since 1850 of Mexican influence. Apache. Okay, this is going fast. Navajo. Sun painting. I'm going to put the sun painting here. Navajo sun painting. Houses. This is the patchwork. It is called like this. Blankets. This is the jewelry. I'm going just to use only one. Blanket. Or rugs. I think this is a rug. No, it's blanket anyway. Ajo blanket and then the jewelry. Navajo have most, well, not exactly most, but there are many myths from North American peoples that come from the Navajo. Probably because Navajo is the one of the most important peoples that have that remains in the present times. Apache. They were enemies of the Spanish conquerors. They lived in three kinds of homes: tipis, picupas, a kind of hut, and hogans. They made ceramics and hide painting. This hogan. Hogan is typical. Okay, I'm going to add also this hogan because it is also mentioned in the other. I suppose the hogan is this. Navajo Hogan House. Apache. Pipis. This is painting in skin, ceramics, basket. But this is basket. Or baskets. Ceramics, baskets, light painting. Poppy and Thuni cultures are known by their jewelry works and also ceramics or baskets. Oh no, this is ceramics. But the most famous are the Katina dolls. Katina dolls. Carved figures to instruct the girls about Katsinas or Katsinam, immortal beings that bring rain and are messengers between humans and spirits. Probably I can put one more here. Patina dolls are very nice. Tuning ceramics. And then the final one is traditional manifestation. Simple video, well, I have to edit a bit. Kumejai basket, Jurok basketry for North California, Jagan basket by Abuela Cristina Calderón, Chile, and Vera woman selling baskets. Mother Teeth ceramic, native North American. This is different ones. Things for hair and jewelry. Traditional manifestations in modern art. I just put a few. Put this. Just adding some pictures of things that didn't appear before. Embed a woman selling baskets. Mata Ortiz ceramic. Jorge Quintana. Okay, I put this artist. Where this one. And some Navajo jewelry. Like this one. Huichol bedwork artist. Navajo jewelry. And that's all. Now I have to do the summary of the artworks, and then I will talk about mythology. This serves as summary also for you to remember the pictures. I think 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bradley board. Iowa, or what's this card? Let's see. Coso, rock art, district. Okay, finish that. This is going to need some editing. This is going to take a bit long. What to say? Oh, hello, Cylindrical Cake. I know someone who is Nets per se, oh, really? Like in real life? I'm almost finishing this PowerPoint and now I'm going to talk about mythology. You know Tommy Graven on Twitch? He's Nets per se. Oh no, I don't know. Is he a musician? He plays Native American flute on Twitch. Okay, I'm going to check. It will be a nice conclusion for this. Let me see. It is Tommy Graven. I just checked the chat in the phone, so this is why I when I talk I check the phone, not to the camera. This one. Angie Carleta Rain. Thank you, Angie. Hello, Angie, and the rest. Thank you. You have come at a time when I'm going to talk about North American mythology. But first, checking this streamer that Cylindrical Case has suggested. Nice to see that the animation works fine. Hello, Angie. The background is very nice. Well, here. Thank you, Angie. Thank you. I want to see a video of this man, but you say that he plays flute, cylindrical cake, but it seems, oh, in this one I think he's playing flute. You need to catch the actual flute, no guitar. Yes, this is what I was trying. Because using here, he is also playing flute, but let's see if I catch it. I would stream, friend. Then you hope you have a good stream also. He does. You only constantly keep seeing the guitar. Yes.
This whole thing.
Well, I only see guitar.
That's crazy for us.
Yes, indeed. Well, very nice. Try another bot. He doesn't have money, only have 2. And this clip is with guitar. It seems he doesn't have money bots. Okay, I'm going to continue with the topic of the stream because it's getting off late. And mythology, but he's really good, really good flute player. I have the curiosity to see him, but having very bad luck with this. So I hope to catch him in a stream and just ask him. Okay, I'm going to start with the topic of North American mythology. This is very long, so I'm going to try to do a quick summary. Thinking how to start, because it's really, really long. There are different main topics. One of the main topics is the animals. There are many animals. Honestly, I'm just going to open my text with the summary. It is in Spanish, but I needed to guide the summary. Our beliefs, the myths and the context is very important. Like, I'm going to search for a picture to illustrate this, and because I remember in the woodlands. Like this, for example, it is not exactly that, but it's like the context is very important. Not only the story itself, but also how the story is told. And the decoration around. Maybe I can find other picture. American shaman storytelling. So something like this, I think. Well, this is just for you to have visual of how the storytelling happens. And then different kind of myths of the gods, myths of heroes. It's very typical among our mythology. Myths of animals that are very important, and then just another category for Inuit myths from the Arctic and subarctic. And here, the most important animals. There are many myths involving animals, like and one of the most important is the coyote. Now I'm going to put a video with myths about the coyote, but it's very good. Another is the eagle, the crow, the bear, the beaver, buffalo. Buffalo is also very important. The deer, the dog. Dog is also very important, especially with Inuit myths. So I'm going to do I'm going to tell some different myths, trying to tell a bit about everything. I hope you get my point. Some of the most important myths only. There are also myths about the strong kids. I'm checking. Sorry if I go a bit slow, but it's just there are many myths and I want to do a selection. Okay, this is one myth that was kind of interesting for me. The bear and the boy. There is a boy that is that realized that he's very poor and he goes to the forest to see if animals will eat him. He entered in a bear cave as accident, but the bears, instead of eating him, they adopted him and gave him bear powers. At the end, he returns to the village. He marries with the daughter of the chief, and he rules. And then they have a son, and he gives the son the bear powers. It's like when I read this, I thought the moral of the story is if you are poor, then just go to the wild and see if some animal gives you supernatural powers. Now, a story about a strong kid. A boy is born and the wife dies when he's giving birth. So the father is sad and is going to abandon this boy in the forest. But this boy has powers. He has super strength, and he starts cutting the trees. The father says, I'm poor and when I go to the forest I'll get this thing from insects. Well, maybe you will get insect superpowers. Who knows? So this boy is cutting trees in the forest, and the father says to his other son to take this kid far away from the village and educate him alone. But don't go to the north. And this is typical in all the myths. When someone says don't do this, what happens? That they do it. So it's the father says don't go to the north because there are evil frogs, and obviously they go to the north, and this strong boy defeats all the frogs. So the brother thinks this kid is very strong, so maybe he can just take care of himself. And this is what happens. The brother leaves and the kid just takes care of himself and he grows. He even defeats a giant. At the end, he earn some lands and return to his father and says him to rule the lands. So it's like the father is sad because the wife died. He abandons the kid in the forest, but this kid is very strong and start cutting trees and defeating murderous frogs and giants and conquering lands. And at the end, this kid returns back to his father and says, "You can rule these lands." I'm going to let the animal myths for later. And now I'm going to talk to tell some heroes myths. Let's see. Prophecies of the Cave. This is also another interesting myth. Let me check in my text to remember correctly. The prophecies of the cave. So there is a warrior hunter that enters a cave to rest. And in that cave there were paintings of animals and offerings. The warrior returned to the village, and when he returned to the cave with a group, the paintings were different, and there was a special smell, a delicious smell. One of the warriors took a bracelet from the cave. The other said him, "Don't took the bracelet or the spirits will be angry." But obviously this warrior took the necklace anyway. So they were to hunt. They made a trap for wolves, and the man of the bracelet had an accident and broke his wrist, the wrist where he had the necklace. So he went to return back the necklace to the cave, and he returned that the paintings were different, and in the paintings he could see that there was a trap for wolves. So this is how they realized that the paintings of the cave were prophecies, and so the people consulted these paintings over time. I'm eating, but this is very interesting. Thank you for the stories. Thank you, and sure, keep the lurk. This myth about the prophecies of the cave is a story that I really like because it's the paintings were changing, so they are prophecies. I like this one. Moccasins of Love. This is another beautiful story. Let me search it. Most of these stories I remember very good, but still I want to check my text to tell it properly. So there is a hunter that is in love with a beautiful girl, but he's very shy. By the way, a moccasin, I'm going to put a picture again just to remember. Moccasin, Native American. Moccasin is like this kind of shoes. Okay, I continue. This hunter noticed that this girl had beautiful moccasins. So he returned to his home. He lived with his grandmother, and even if he wanted to tell her what happened, he was very shy. The grandmother was repairing moccasins near the fireplace, and the hunter asked if the women who do moccasins are good wives. So the grandmother suspected why he asked this question, but she didn't say anything. At the next day, the hunter took the old moccasins of the grandmother and went to the young girl, and she said that his grandmother should do new moccasins because these ones were very old. But the hunter said that the grandmother was almost blind. Then the girl said, "Then you should search for a wife." When the hunter said that, search for a wife, so they keep talking. This is like they were starting to flirt. So the mother of the girl was worried because the girl was late to return. So she went to search her. She saw some, I don't know this word in English. Sorry. It is footprint, sorry, I didn't remember the word. So the mother saw footprints going to the buses, and this is because the girl and the hunter went to the buses to do some love things. So it's like they use their moccasins to flirt and get love. Another story, the wolf woman. This one is also very interesting. A woman who didn't want to marry. By the way, the topic of a woman who didn't want to marry is also very usual. But at the end, in this story, this woman fell in love and married, but the condition that she put to the man is that he should treat her well, not mistreat or treat bad. But obviously, the man mistreated her, so the woman escaped. She found the chief of the wolves, and this chief of the wolves helped her and take her to his village. This is a kind of human wolf, like not exactly werewolf. It's like a man who can transform into wolf. So there is a village with this kind of men. So the woman taught them to cook the buffalo, and she lived with them. One day, she was informed that the members of her original tribe went out to hunt buffaloes, and there was danger that they would find the wolves' encampment. So the woman said to find them and try to make that they go to another road. But when she found the people of his original tribe, they said her, please return back to the village and such. At the end, they made a deal. They hunted buffalo and they gave the best part to the wolves, and then the woman returned. And at the end, it's like the husband will not mistreat the woman anymore because she had lived with wild wolves. Another story, the Buffalo Man. An old man that lived with his wife, but they were very fragile and it took a lot of effort to find food. The old man was going to hunt buffalo and he found a stain of blood, and the man took it. How? I don't know, but took it. When they were to cook it, it was a kid. This kid grew up very fast and he was an expert hunter. So this kid was always went to hunt and got a lot of food. When he was adult, he should find his own tribe. But before leaving, he gave a lot of food to the old couple. He traveled for a long time and he met a tribe, and then the typical, he fell in love with the daughter of the chief, they marry, and he was going to rule, but his original tribe were the buffalo. So at the end, he transformed into a buffalo and lived among the buffaloes. More interesting stories. Okay, this one is also very funny. The Boy of the Mountain. A woman was pregnant for 4 years. This is another story of the powerful kid. So, when the kid was born after 4 years, he had superpowers. The chief disrespected him, and they fought, and the boy killed the chief. The warriors were very angry about this, and the boy had to go away. He always evaded the warriors, and he entered in a mountain and discovered a council of old people that they were going to help him. This council of old people taught him many things, and they gave him special arrows. So this boy killed a buffalo near the village. That result that this village was in famine since this super powerful kid went away. So he was welcomed and he was made chief. And hello, Suthi, welcome. I'm just telling North American mythological stories. Another story, let me see. I'm just taking because I don't want to tell everything because it is a lot. Let me check. Red Feather is also a nice story. Let me search for that. I'm eating, nice. Cylindrical cake is also here and eating. Okay, Red Feather. A man returns and finds the body of his wife dead. He asked for her to return, and then her ghost saved him to travel and follow her so he will bring her back. This is a story very similar to Orpheus and Eurydice. So he used a red feather from eagle. He put a eagle red feather in his head, and this feather will be the light that will guide him because the spirits are invisible in the other world. So he traveled, and a squirrel and an owl helped him, and the owl gave him something to fall asleep, and when he awakes he will be with his wife, but he shouldn't touch her before being back to his village. And obviously what happens that almost reaching the village, he touches her and she disappears. Why all these stories are very similar. In Orpheus and Eurydice it was also the same. It's like you shouldn't see back, or your wife will return to the underworld, and then near the exit he turns his head back and the wife returns to the underworld all the time. It is always the same. So some stories about Buffalo Woman, and also very curious that there are stories about Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. And these myths of corn, like Corn Maiden, Corn Mother, Moon Woman. One of the most famous myths of the corn is like a woman that is beheaded, the head is cut, and the corpse without the head is I don't know how to say in English, is dragged over the ground, and this is how corn grows. Okay, about myths of heroes, I'm going to let it here. I'm just going to name that little people. I wonder if I search for pictures of little people, Native America. Let's see what happens. Little people is like people who is little, obviously, only kids can see it, and these little people are usually evil. Let me see if I find something else here about little people. I remember something like they can also eat people or something like that, or attack normal people. I don't know where I saw it. Okay, here. They are powerful, triggering, and only children can see them. I conclude with little people. Martin Manabozo is a cultural hero, powerful. Sometimes he appears as trickster. Sometimes is identified with heroes like Hiawatha. In some legends, the Great Spirit created him. In others, he is the son of the Mother Earth and Sky Father. He can also appear in the shape of the trickster rabbit. Trickster rabbit. They are naughty and cannot. My little people is similar. They are naughty and cannot attack people. Yes. Little people are evil. It is like this picture. Is this also little people? The rabbit. The how it is say the trickster rabbit, the great rabbit, Native America. Let's see. Because I remember a picture of this. Probably it's not going to trickster rabbit mythology. I think it's not going to appear, but I have a book where I can see a rabbit like this, something like this, like a person, but it has the head of a rabbit. Okay, I'm not going to talk about animals yet. And also the Skinwalker. That one is also interesting. Skinwalker, a person who has gone to the away from the road of harmony and becomes a sorcerer. They wear coyote skins and they travel at night. Skinwalker. Let's see what pictures I can find of this. Something like this. It reminds me to an enemy of Lord of the Rings Online. It's the Gauran. Yeah, the Skinwalker. I imagine like something like this, like man with skin of coyote, something like this. Okay, I'm going to talk now about myths of gods. So they don't really have gods as you can think in other civilization. There's this great spirit guardians, totem spirit, the great mystery, Wakantanka, the Mother Earth, Sky Father. But it's like the supernatural beings are spirits. And some myths about this. Sky Father and Mother Moon. So there are a couple of brothers who go to the sun to ask who is his father, and it results that the sun is their father and the moon is the mother. And the sun told them to live with animals. So there are also myths related with the stars. One of the most interesting myths about stars is the star lovers. Two girls wanted to make love with the stars because the stars were great lovers. So these girls dreamed with the stars. So this is how they had star husbands. And they made love. But the starmen were very tired of all the sex, so they went away. And then they were trapped in a eagle nest, and they asked help to the animals. And then there are some conflict with the gluttons that are a kind of animals. But the most interesting thing about this story is girls wanting as lovers the stars. At least this was the most interesting for me. There are also some figures that are important, like this first man and first woman and old man and the creation. This one is an important story and also involving animals. Old man and the creation. I'm going to tell 2 myths related with spirits and animals, and after this I go to the myths of animals. So this one, Old Man and the Creation. There was a deluge. I think it said deluge. No, deluge. A flood. There was a flood. That's just the same as in other civilizations. There was a flood, and this old man, that is a kind of spirit. This old man saved the different animals to bring the ground from the waters, and there were many animals like turtle, like dog, like swan, different animals who tried to put the ground underwater to the surface. This is one of the stories. Another is the fight of the spirits of the sky. In the world was very cold, and the animals decided to go to the land of the sky to bring heat. So they climbed the mountain, and in the top there was an invisible wall. They made a hole, and the head filtered this hole to the normal world. But the spirits of the sky attacked him. Let me search for the word. I think it's beaver badger. The badger saved the animals to make the hole bigger, but he died because an arrow. When the animals were finally to flee, the great spirit appeared. He revived the badger and ascended him to the skies. This is the constellation of the... I'm not sure how to say this in English. Not sure if Major Bear is it. Osa Mayor, the Great Bear. Okay, this constellation. Okay, now I'm going to go to talk about the myths of the animals. And certainly, at least for me, but I think for a lot of people, the coyote is the most interesting animal. The coyote is a trickster, very intelligent, and there are different myths. And you might remember, this is a little stupid, but just because it's very visual. You remember Coyote and the Rat Runner? So when I'm telling the myths of Coyote, you can just imagine Coyote as something like this, because it's pretty much like this. In these cartoons, the Coyote is always thinking weird things to catch the Rat Runner. So in the myths, pretty much this Coyote is inspired in the myths of Coyote. I'm going to tell my favorite myth of the coyote, and then I'm going to put a video that tells more coyote myths. Coyote was very hungry, and he asked help to the eagle to hunt. But they didn't find hunt. It was very dark, and they were very hungry and so. They found a village of spirits, and they had 2 boxes. One to get more light, and other to get less light. The coyote wanted to steal them, but Eagle only wanted to take the boxes for a bit. Also, Eagle said to Coyote that the spirits opened the boxes very carefully and not completely, because the content of the boxes should not go away. So they made a plan, and at the end, the eagle steal both boxes, and then Coyote say to the eagle, "Please give me the boxes. I will not do anything stupid. I want to take the boxes." And the eagle was so tired that eagle gave the boxes to Coyote. Obviously, what happened? That Coyote opened the boxes, and the sun and the moon escaped. And so this is how the day and the night was created, and also winter. This is my favorite myth of Coyote. Now, more stories about Coyote. I tell another story of Coyote before this video. The liberation of the buffalo. I just put this to have it as background. An old woman and her young cousin enclosed all the buffaloes, and Coyote went to protest because he couldn't hunt and eat because the buffaloes were trapped. The buffaloes were under the spell of the old woman, and the Coyote would have to trick her to free the buffaloes. He tried to make the buffaloes to feel jealous, making that the young cousin wanted to adopt a little bird, but the old woman didn't allow it. Then he tried with a squirrel, but happened the same. Finally, he sent a mouse, and then the old woman went crazy and angry and tried to kill the mouse. The mouse fled to the buffaloes, and the buffaloes were very scared and broke the enclosed, like the walls, and went away. So this is how the Coyote tricked the old woman to free the buffaloes. Oh, this is another story, more about animals later. Now I'm with Coyote. There are, as I said, there are many nice stories in this mythology. More stories about Coyote before the video. Let me check. Coyote and the this Black God and the Stars. This one is also very funny. Black God and the Stars. Black God is a god that gives origin to the fire. He was putting the stars very carefully in the sky. But Coyote was impatient. He took the bag of stars and he just threw all the stars in the sky. This explains why the stars are put randomly in the sky, and also the origin of the Milky Way. I just imagine the Coyote being like, just stop and put the stars of whatever way. Coyote and the Stars. Okay, this one's for the video. There are also about Coyote steals the fire. Coyote introduces evil. Coyote steals the fire. He organized the stealing of fire from the supernatural creatures. Coyote introduces evil. Earthmaker creates the world. Coyote introduces the evil. Earthmaker wants to kill him, but he can't, and he realizes that Coyote is as powerful as him. Animals create humans. This is another funny story. All the animals create their version of humans, but Coyote destroys everything, and so humans are made by Coyote. Coyote hunting salmon. I tell that one after the video. Oh yes, also converting in stone. This is another funny story about Coyote. I'm just letting the more funny to the end. One moment, let me find that story. Okay, I found it. Ants and bees live peacefully until the chief of the ants wanted to eat the precious salmon of the chief of the bees. Then they discussed in a rock. The bee tried to ignore the ant, but the ant started a ferocious fight. Then Coyote appeared and screamed that they should explain why they are fighting. The bee explained that the bee always eat the salmon in this rock, and the ant just wanted to eat the salmon. The coyote was at the side of the bee. He trusted the bee, but the ant didn't care and started to fight again. Coyote tried to separate them, but they didn't listen, and so Coyote transformed them into stone. This is why ants and bees are enemies. Another one. There was one about Coyote introduced death. This is because there are people, and Coyote says, I'm going to throw a stone into the water. If the stone sinks, people will die. If not, people will live. Obviously, he throws the stone into the water and the stone sinks. And then people start to be angry, like, why we have to die? And then Coyote says, death should exist because if not, there will be overpopulation. So people say, people agree, and this is why there is death. And now I'm going to put this video for these funny myths. This video. I put this because he explains very good, and also because the animations. I think you will enjoy.
Looking at two of the most famous and popular tricksters of them all, Coyote and Raven. There are many individual Native American mythological traditions from different tribes and in different regions, and stories about coyotes and ravens as grand tricksters pop up in tales across the whole continent. In many locations, these animals would have been known for making off with livestock or picking at the bodies of dead animals. While scavenging isn't exactly clever in the way tricksters often are, it is sort of devious, which explains the wealth of trickster myths about these two figures. We're going to focus on a few of the best of them, and along the way, we'll see that sometimes playing a few tricks can really put a twinkle in your eye, or make it pink. Before I get into the specific myths, I should explain something about the content and context of some of these coyote and raven stories. We've already mentioned that in many Native American myths, the line between the human world and the animal world is blurry. Humans live...
Oh yes, something I want to say about this. It is said in the myths, there is a sentence that is like, in the time, animals could talk. So it is like, animals are like humans, but they can talk because some reason now I don't remember, but it's like in the past animals could talk with humans, so animals are treated pretty much like humans.
Alongside mythological animals that help create the world and establish important rituals. This handling of mythological animals is distinct from, say, the pantheon of gods and monsters that we see in Norse, Greek, or Egyptian traditions. Those traditions have myths about animals, it's true, but they aren't the stars of the show in the way that they are in Native American myths. I also just want to say up front that the myths we're going to discuss aren't exactly G-rated. Some scholars have pointed out that many Native American myths feature particularly frank discussions of sexy time and the organs that are used to accomplish it. Toad, buddy, there's no need to blush. And also, they talk a lot about the elimination of bodily wastes. So long story short, we're going to talk about poop. One day, Coyote is out walking, and he sees some tasty-looking bright red rose hips. He's about to gobble them up when those rose hips, which can talk, BT dubs, warn Coyote that if gobbled, they're going to give him horrible flatulence. But Coyote doesn't listen, so jump! And wouldn't you know it, soon Coyote is stumbling around, doubled over in pain from a rather intense and alarming buildup of gas. At about this time, Coyote happens across two crows picking over a dead buffalo. Devising a plan, Coyote asks if they want to play a game. Which, I mean, of course they do. Who doesn't love a game? Coyote proposes a contest to see who can defecate from one side of the buffalo to the other. Whoever is able to launch their poop over the buffalo gets to keep it and eat it. The buffalo, I mean, not the poop. I'm not sure who gets that. Anyway, the crows think that this is disgusting. And hey, samesies, but Coyote is very persuasive, and the contest begins. One of the crows goes first. He turns around and he poops as hard as he can, but only manages to poop shoot halfway. Coyote, now fit to burst with rose hips gas, turns around, relaxes, and let's just say he wins the contest easily. The crows cannot believe their eyes, and they beg Coyote to let them have some of the buffalo meat. In an uncharacteristic bit of trickster compassion, Coyote is no Anansi, he agrees to give them the fat around the eye sockets and the joints and the ribs. Stan, maybe cancel my lunch order? Okay, according to Leonard and McClure, the moral of the story is some are not honest in playing games and trick others. One must watch out for these people, for they start trouble. I might say the moral is also don't eat rose hips, don't poop competitively, but maybe even with gastrointestinal crisis, there can be found great opportunity, at least if you have your tricky cap on. Toad, is that your tricky cap? Looks good. This story also shows an important similarity Coyote shares with the tricksters of other mythological traditions. He is unable to resist giving in to his outsized, hedonistic desires. Remember hungry Hermes and greedy Anansi? The entire poop shot put is a result of Coyote munching down on tasty-looking rose hips, even though he knows it's a bad idea. Not all of Coyote's desires are quite so digestion-oriented, of course. There are a number of stories that involve his...
Okay, before he continues, I'm going to tell another story similar to that one. That is very funny. Coyote and the salmon. Coyote tries to fish salmon, but he can't, he's useless. So he poops, and the poop talks to him and start to insult him. Like, you are useless, you can't fish salmon, and such. But then the poop relaxes and start teaching him to fish. So Coyote tries again to fish, but he fails again. So he poops again, and this time the poop says him, there are more things that you need to have into account, more things that you have to consider to fish, like where to fish, how to fish, and such. So the poop teaches Coyote to fish, and at the end, Coyote finally learns to fish, but he ends very tired. So this is a story of how the poop taught Coyote to fish. Very weird story, but very funny. I think there was another one. Let me check. No, that is that one. Okay, now the last story about Coyote, he's going to tell it.
His sexual appetites. And in many Native American stories, the trickster's desire for sex is interpreted as a mirror for the rest of humanity, a recognition that most of us have similar drives. As our old friends Leonard and McClure put it, the Native Americans trickster reminds us like no other that humans, for all their pretensions to intellectual and spiritual culture, and for all their moments of bravery, altruism, and generosity, are nevertheless animals, ruled by appetites and impulses that make them equally capable of cowardice, selfishness, and cruelty. We're not going to focus on those sexy stories, though. This is a family-friendly YouTube series. Well, except for all the death and the incest and the castration. Okay, you know what? Let's just move on. Coyote, like other tricksters, is creative and on occasion even helpful. In one story from the Wasco people of the Pacific Northwest, Coyote even helps place stars in the sky. Let's go to the thought bubble. One day, Coyote sees several of his wolf buddies looking up at the sky. So he asks what they're looking at. Nothing, they tell him. The next night, he sees them looking up at the sky again and asks again. Finally, the youngest wolf says, let's tell him. He won't do anything, which, have they not met Coyote? The wolves tell him that they're watching two mysterious animals up in the sky. Ever curious? Coyote suggests, let's go hang out with them. Coyote starts shooting arrows into the sky, and his aim is so good that each arrow hits the last one, creating a ladder of arrows from earth to sky. Coyote and the wolves climb up the arrow ladder, which takes many days and nights, but when they finally reach their destination, they find that the two animals are grizzly bears. Coyote warns the wolves to not go near the bears, but the two youngest wolves walk over and sit down. Then the two next youngest wolves do the same. Finally, seeing that it's safe, the oldest wolf goes over and takes a seat. I guess sky bears are pretty chill. Admiring the wolves and the bears, Coyote says, I think I'll leave it that way for everyone to see. Then, when people look at them in the sky, they will say, there's a story about that picture. They will tell a story about me. So Coyote leaves, taking the arrows with him as he returns to Earth. And from there, he admires his handiwork, which you can still see today. 4 wolves make up the handle of the Big Dipper. The youngest 2 wolves and the bears make up its bowl. So I guess Coyote was right. Here we are, telling his story. Thanks, Thought Bubble. This story is a great example of the trickster as creator. The wolves were probably pretty unhappy about being stranded in the sky with bears, but people sure do love constellations. In this story, there's also something we haven't really discussed about tricksters, or myths generally: the desire to be remembered. Coyote leaves no doubt. When he finishes stranding those wolves, he calls to Meadowlark and says, my brother, when I am gone, tell everyone that when they look up into the sky and see the stars arranged this way, that I was the one who did that. That is my work. Here at Crash Course, we define myths as stories that persist through time. In our forthcoming episodes about heroes, we'll see that the desire for fame, to be remembered through timeless tales, often motivates heroic deeds. We could tell stories about Coyote all day, but there's another famous trickster in Native American myths, Raven. No.
Okay. Other stories about animals. There was a story that was very interesting. Let me find it. It's about the fire and how the animals get the fire, not only the coyote. Just a moment. Here. The pillar of the fire. Only the pine trees had the secret of fire, and they didn't want to share it with the animals. The animals were very tired, and they met to make a plan to make the pine trees to share the secret. The beaver offered himself to go to steal some sparks of the fire the next time the pine trees were going to meet. He could steal some sparks, but the pine trees, the guardian pine trees, pursued him. In a river, he was very tired and surrounded by the pine trees, so the only solution that he had was to let the river to pull him and throw away the sparks of fire to the shore of the river. So the sparks of fire reached other trees, and these other trees were not so greedy as the pine trees, and so the fire expanded. This is why you can make fire with any kind of wood. Another story about animals. Let's see, another more stories. I think I told most of them. This one, the wife and the snake. This one is also very funny. Give me a moment to find it here. So some girls were going to take some treble, some flowers, and in there snakes live. They had fear each other, like the snakes feared the humans and the humans feared the snakes. But there was one snake that was admiring the beauty of this girl. So the snake followed this girl to home. The snake transformed into a man and he wanted to marry with her. After some days doing this kind of ritual, at the end, the snake and the girl fall in love, they marry, and the girl go to live with the snake and they even have kids. Don't ask me why, but this is what happens. Don't ask me how, I mean. Here another one related with myths of the gods. Another story that is interesting. The sun was jealous of the moon because the sun shines too much that the humans close their eyes. So the sun gets angry and starts destroying things. The humans plan to kill the sun. One of the men transformed himself into a snake and went to wait for the sun. But as accident, he killed the doctor of the sun. The sun was very sad and he didn't want to go out. So the men went to recover the daughter of the sun and she was dancing with the ghost and she didn't want to go back. So I don't know this word. Sorry. Solar to comfort. So to comfort the sun and the sun will keep doing his work, the humans danced the same dance that the daughter of the sun, and this is the origin of the dance of rain, because when it is raining, the sun is crying, and so the humans do the dance of the sun or the dance of the rain, and the sun gets the sun is comforted. Let's see more myths. So just as mentioned, like the eagle is a very important animal. It's like majestic, very strong, and the feathers represent bravery, power, and intelligence. And as the last myth of the Native American before going to the Inuit, I'm just going to let this video continue about myth of the raven.
Not that raven. Not that one either. Come on, you got, yeah, that one. Bingo, you got it. Raven stories are common with the Native American peoples of the Pacific Northwest, including Canada and Alaska. This one was recorded in English at Sitka, a small city in Alaska. It starts like so. Have you ever wondered why ravens are black? A very long time ago, Raven, the trickster, was actually stark white. And one day, he's journeying to visit his brother-in-law, Petrel, the seabird, who has an everlasting spring of water. At the time, there wasn't any water to drink because Petrel kept his spring for himself and he wouldn't share it. So Raven comes to Petrel and he tells him about all of the marvelous things that he's seen throughout the world, trying to get Petrel to leave his home so that Raven can steal some of his water. But Petrel doesn't trust Raven, which is maybe a good call, and he won't budge. When the night falls, Raven and Petrel go to bed. Once Raven is sure Petrel is asleep, he creeps outside and finds some dog poo. Yeah, it's going to be that kind of story. He sneaks back in and he spreads the poo all over Petrel's clothing. And the next morning, Raven wakes Petrel up by crying, wake up, brother-in-law, look what you've done to your clothes." And just real quick aside here, I want to point out that we're super unsure about what bird clothes are. Pants? A dickie maybe? Wait. Are these birds with arms? Anyway, Petrel goes outside to clean himself up, and Raven goes over to the spring, uncovers it, and begins to drink. Just as Raven has slurped up almost all of the water, Petrel returns, realizes he's been tricked, and angrily chases Raven away. Raven flies through the smoke hole in Petrel's house with the water in his mouth, and Petrel calls out to his spirits to catch him. As Raven is caught by the spirits, Petrel throws pitchwood onto his fire to make the smoke turn black. While Raven struggles to get away, the black smoke soaks into his feathers. And I bet you can see where this is headed. Now turned black, Raven struggles free without spilling a single drop of water. But as he's flying, he tries to brush off some of the char and spills some water over Nass, making up the Nass River. He keeps flying and keeps fidgeting and keeps spilling water over Stikine, Taku, Chilkat, and all the other rivers. Even the small drops become creeks. So after just one poo-stained trick, the world now has water, and Raven has the pitch-black feathers that we know today. As you can see, Raven and Coyote definitely spend their time getting up to no good. Sometimes their tricks are premeditated, but other times it's a matter of circumstance, often poop-related circumstance. And this reminds us that just because you're powerful, supernatural even, that doesn't mean that you can escape being an animal with all of the confusion and danger and bodily functions that entails. This sort of thing reiterates the specific relationship in Native American culture between humans and the natural environment. As Thury and Davini put it, according to Native American mythology, all of nature participates in creation as keepers of the earth, resulting in a symbiotic relationship between humans and their environment. So even though Raven and Coyote pull tricks that might seem outrageous and a little gross, it's hard to consider them evil or detrimental to society, especially when their tricks end up creating things that the rest of us get to enjoy. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week.
A last story about Coyote that I remembered. And then I start talking about Inuit myths. Bluebird and Coyote. Bluebird bats into a river 4 times in 4 different days, and Bluebird stops having a ugly color and turns into blue. Coyote at this time was green, so he also wanted to be blue. Coyote asked Bluebird how to do it, and Coyote does it. And when Coyote is blue, he is examining his beauty. So he didn't realize, and he falls into the, how to say, the clay, like the mud. He falls in the mud. So this is the reason why Coyote is brown. And now, going to Inuit mythology. Most important character in Inuit mythology is Setna. Not this Setna. This Setna, the goddess of the sea. Yes, goddess of the sea. This is the story. It starts with a woman who don't want to marry. So the father gets angry and he says, "You don't want to marry? Okay, then you can just go with the dog." And this is what happens. This girl marries with the dog. And they go to a desert island, and the dog goes with her. They have kids. Some kids are humans, and other kids are dogs. The dog is all the time going for food and then returns. At some point, the father feels sad for his daughter and kills the dog. He's going to deliver food to his daughter and his nephew, but the daughter is angry and orders her sons to attack him. The father escapes. Then the dog kids are very hungry and they go into a boot to land, and they become the ancestors of the white man. And the human kids do the same, and they become the ancestor of the Inuit. And the daughter returns with the parents. One day, the father is hunting, and to the house appears a hunter in a kayak. This hunter marries with the daughter, and at the beginning they are happy, but it results that it is a very ugly bird. They had a kid, not very important. The father goes to search to his daughter to rescue her, and when the husband, that is this ugly bird, discovers them, he gets angry and there is a storm. So the father is very scared about that, and he pulls the daughter out of the boat. But the daughter used her hands to stay in the boat, like she's at the border touching the water, so she's like not going to fall into the water. The father cuts her fingers, and from the fingers emerge the animals. I don't know how to say in English. Sorry. The seals and walruses. So these animals arise from the fingers, and when she falls into the water, she becomes Setna, the mother of the spirits of the marine creatures. This is Setna. Another story is about the sun, the sun and the moon. There are two orphans that result that I'm going to tell this shortly. Two orphans that are family, they have sex, and so it is a story very similar to the Eros and Psyche story. So it's like the woman has sex with an unknown man in the darkness, so she marks his body to later in the light discover what man is. So she discovered that is her brother, and when she discovers that, she's angry and she goes away, like being angry, and the brother starts pursuing her. So in this persecution, the woman becomes the moon and the man becomes the sun. A special mention to the polar bear, that is the king of the animals of the Arctic, very strong, and there is a race of bear men that hunted with their skin jackets. To conclude this, I'm going to talk about cannibalism. And with the final creature, there are also myths about cannibals. There is a funny myth, kind of funny myth, of a man who eats himself, but he didn't eat his head. And at the end, it's like a head that is rolling over the world and eating people. There are also stories about grandmothers that are cannibal, that they prefer human meat instead buffalo meat. These are Native American meats. And now the last creature is the Wendigo. The Wendigo is the personification of the dangers of winter. I'm going to put more videos, so I want to do an introduction. But the Wendigo, the personification of winter hunger. The Wendigo also has a frozen heart. They eat people, and anyone can become a Wendigo. A video is going to explain it very well with nice animations. Crash Course Mythology. monsters. This one.
Hey there, I'm Mike Rignetta. This is Crash Course Mythology, and today is the first of a few episodes focused on one of the greatest aspects of myths in general.
In short, I just want to say, because I'm just going to put the fragment of the Wendigo. What we consider monsters in mythology is when these creatures do things that we as humans consider like terrible for us, something like eating people. This is why if you think in mythological creatures, there are creatures that you think that are just that, creatures, like for example Pegasus, the winged horse in Greek mythology. You don't think that he's a monster, you think that he's a magical creature, but then you think in something like the Minotaur, and then you think that the Minotaur is a monster. But why Pegasus is not a monster and the Minotaur is a monster? Because the Minotaur is kind of humanoid, but abomination, and the most important is that the Minotaur eats people. So this is why Minotaur is considered a monster and Pegasus is not really a monster. This is just an example, but you can think in many different creatures in all mythologies why some creatures are monsters and why other creatures are not monsters. And you will see that monsters do things that we could consider very disgusting as humans. This is, for example, when you think about a human eating people, you can think that he's a monster, but it's just our conception about this.
Incredibly frightening monster come more terrifying than Grendel's super mad mama. This incredibly frightening monster comes from Canada. All right, Thought Bubble, this one's for you, eh? Once upon a time, in the late 19th century, a First Nations group is living in a camp on the Barrens River. One day, a hunter is driven by hunger and leaves the camp to go trapping. A few days later, people in the camp hear the trapper screaming and howling in the woods. Everyone knows what's happening. The trapper has become a Wendigo, a terrifying man-eating ogre. A brave group goes to look for the trapper and finds his family all dead. And hey, worse still, half eaten. They return and tell their story, and panic runs through the camp. The people know that soon the Wendigo will come for them. They don't feel like being eaten. So they call a council. At the council, an intrepid young warrior named Rottenlog stands up and volunteers to fight the Wendigo. That night, they go into the forest and build a fire. Sure enough, a huge monster arrives. This is almost certainly the Wendigo. The Wendigo attacks Rottenlog, trying to slash his throat and eat him. But Rottenlog has a guardian spirit he calls on to save him. The spirit gives Rottenlog supernatural strength, and after a long battle, he finally defeats the Wendigo. The hunters bring the creature back to the camp. The people rejoice, but the Wendigo isn't dead. Not yet. The only way to kill a Wendigo is to melt its icy heart. So the people throw him a raging fire. The flames heat the beast, his heart defrosts, and the Wendigo finally dies. Thank you, Thought Bubble. Yeah, I mean, as far as ogres go, I think I prefer Shrek. As I mentioned, this story is from Canada, but there are countless others. According to Gilmore, the Wendigo has the distinction of being the monster whose mythology has the greatest geographical reach in the world. Wendigo stories and the hysteria that accompanies them have been reported all across Canada and as far south as North Dakota. They are common among most of the Algonquin-speaking native tribes, but especially the Ojibwe and the Saulteaux Manitoba. The Wendigo is, in many ways, the quintessential monster. It's big, it has superhuman strength, and it's really, really mean to people. Wendigos are humanoid in appearance with 2 legs, but almost everything else about them is misshapen or grotesque. Their hands are paws with 12-inch long claws, and their feet, each a yard long, have a single toe with 1 long sharp nail. Wendigos have huge yellow eyes like an owl and a giant mouth with no lips because their cannibalistic hunger causes them to devour their own flesh. Their breath is so powerful and loud that it seems like a windstorm, and their howling sends those who hear it into a panic. Think you can hide from a Wendigo, maybe in the river? Nope. They can walk on water or swim beneath it like a seal. They can subsist on mushrooms, rotting wood, moss, basically anything you can find on the forest floor, but their favorite food is people, and that really is what makes them monsters. There are both male and female Wendigos, and when a male and female meet, they fight until one of them dies. But if male and female Wendigos would rather fight than breed, then where do new Wendigos come from? A monster stork, maybe? As the story makes clear, they come from us, the ranks of the desperate and hungry. Ordinary humans, often driven by hunger, can become possessed by the spirit of the Wendigo and turn to cannibalism. Metamorphoses are often brought on by the starvation that can occur in the cold winter months. In many of these stories, this Wendigo possession is accompanied by incredible physical changes. A person who has gone Wendigo will grow in size, and their appearance will become coarse and wild. As the Wendigo's heart freezes, the urge to eat human flesh grows, eventually becoming irresistible. The idea that anyone can transform into a Wendigo is found in the most typical Wendigo origin story. That very first ancient Wendigo was a native North American who was transformed into a monster by overpowering hunger. This story is so real to many who hear it that it has caused actual Wendigo panics in Canada up through the 20th century. So how do we understand the endurance of the Wendigo legend? Well, I think just about all of us can agree that cannibalism is a pretty terrifying and taboo thing. The Wendigo represents a fear of cannibalism and a fear that we might lose control of ourselves and violate, perhaps violently, some set of social norms. People don't usually grow 3-foot monster toes, but they do sometimes lose their grip, which is to say the monster legend is alive and well, although maybe more as a metaphor than as a real yellow-eyed creature. All humans have the capacity to become monstrous. Even me, and maybe even Tote. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week.
And finally, something more about the Wendigo. Maybe you know this game called Until Dawn. I'm not going to put many fragments of the end, just want to put some scenes just so you can imagine more about the Wendigo. And beware, this is very explicit and scary, just saying.
This is gonna be the way.
Okay, other part where you can see the Wendigo better. Still the same.
Well, the mound don't belong to me, it's true. But it don't belong to the Washingtons. Fucking rat. What's that for, you fuck? All right. You're not real! No, you're not! Hannah! Oh! Oh! Don't move. Don't fucking move a muscle.
just for your Wendigo imagination. And not going to finish yet. There is a last thing I want to do. And that is playing my artistic adventure game, the regions of North America. And give me a moment. I hope. Yes. I hope there are not many books. North America. To the Inuit people. Inuit kayak, ice of igloo, Inuit whiskey. Maybe I can right now. Yutaki Gori carving, Dorset figurine, Yupik mask, Greenlandic Inuit figurine, Thule whale horn. It is a fake. I can teleport. Not very serious book was mostly correct. Okay, subarctic. Relic of the Sultana. Northwest coast. Simpson mask. Wak wak. Wak wak and wak mask. House of Mungo Martin. Helitsu mask. And this Thunderbeard. Haida Thunderbeard totem. Chicken of the system. Awesome. Ketchikan tuote. Ketchikan. Now a lot of places in the west, but first eastern woodlands. Northeast woodlands. Iroquois House. Relic of the Iroquois. Depth for pottery. Adena Pride. Hopewell pottery. Let's see if we also do something else. Okay, so this is the northeast. Southeast. Florida Mask. Poverty Point Hill. Seminole Patchwork. Mississippi People. Mississippi River. I'm going to check these also. Northeast Woodlands. Just to check that everything works fine. Southwest Woodlands. Okay. Now the west. Many places here. Great Plateau and Basin. California. Great Plains. There's the Great Plains. This is Blackwood. There's not just Greek. Blackfoot TP. Blackwood Spear. American Copper School. Crow magazines. Yeah, nothing else here. Yokes. This is bad. It should say to the west. Relic of the Amerindians. Short shirt. Cheyenne shirt. Arapaho moccasins. Comanche. Space Bus Interior Comanche TV. Skin of TV. Comanche Bow. Comanche. Iowa letter art. I think that's all. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to return here. See that everything works fine. Great Plateau and Basin. North America. West. Yakama Spear. Cayuse Hat. Umadilla Bow. Nesperce shirt. I think that's all. That's it. No interiors. And Sosone. Payute basket. This one has an interior for sure. Yes, Sosone TV. Quasore basket. Sosone basket. California. Chumas painting. Cuba basket. Como basket. Coso painting. Yes, that's all. And finally, Oasis America. Hohokam. Mogollón Pottery. Hohokam Pottery. I think nothing. Ancestral Pueblo. Here I remember there were some boxes I couldn't put. Path of Home. Anasazi Pottery. Relic of the Anasazi. On the phone. Fremont figurine. original TV, but I don't remember what it is. Apache basket. Navajo carpet. And that's all. I'm going to return. Okay, I left it here. And it's time to finish the stream. I hope you enjoyed it and you learned a lot with this. So thank you for being there and see you next time.